a balanced diet with low fat and maintain a good lifestyle can control cholesterol level. Actually, organic product consumption make people feel pride and place at a higher social status as they perceived high-end products and finally lead to a healthy life. Over to you, Damita.
Thank you, Chandi. Now I am going to discuss about personal development marketing segment. Under this marketing segment, people coming to realize connection between physical and mental health. These Lohasians try to investigate their mind, body language, emotions, spirit connections, and self-help, even how to improve their leadership skills as well as work-life balance. And these Lohasians like to take yoga classes, meditations, and Tai Chi classes. Even as they like to try out new things, they tend to purchase books and they like to take classes which related to their different subjects. It is estimated that spiritual marketing accounts for 18% in Lohas market in US. When it comes to philosophical and psychological values in Lohas marketing segment, when it's as an example, we can say 4Ds are turning out previous slide, Kavin. As an example, we can say Ford is turning out hybrid SUVs from its much-tuned, newly green Dearborn factory, as well as Whole Foods is $4 billion retailer doing more businesses per square foot than any other grocery stores around. Also, there's an example called Citibank recently developed as campaign as Live Rishi, which urged customer to put more emphasis on their quality of life. When it comes to philosophical and psychological value in Lohas marketing segment, Lohasians has optimistic, positive future view, and they like to experience many new challenges like Red Bull biking, and they desire peace as well. These Lohasians are very much open-minded and they're willing to accept new ideas as well as challenge new things. Also, these followers are future time oriented and consider as significant individual differences of their behavior. This individual leads to certain relationship with their environment. Moving on, Achini.
Yes, Damit. I like to purchase goods and services from the companies which are highly concerned on social issues such as poverty, gender inequality, use of child labor, unfair trading, and other emerging social issues. This is how I react if I was a Lohas consumer. They not only purchase goods and services, they're loyal to those companies, sharing information about these companies, and less concerned with prices. So, it is obvious that there are many market opportunities generated from the social responsibility aspect of Lohas consumer. As you can see here, there are many examples for these market opportunities. As they admire fair trading that gives the benefit to real beneficiaries, most of the company obtain fair trade certificate to their products, so demand for those products have been increased. When it comes to Sri Lanka, Sirasa TV, they launched a program called Gum Method, which addressed the social issues. Rating for that program have been increased, so demand for Sirasa TV also increased. Then the emerging social issue, the protection of street dog. This concept was introduced by Ms. Otara Gunawardena. She addressed this social issue and introduced the Embark brand. This is a remarkable market opportunity generated from Lohas consumer segment that addressed the emerging social issue. When it comes to the body shop, that is a cosmetic providing shop. They are not using animal for cosmetic testing purposes. Therefore, their cosmetic demand for their cosmetic products have been increased because they ensure in the animal well-being. Yes, there are many market opportunities from the Lohas consumer. However, need to remember there are many challenges when catering into this low-heart consumer segment because low-heart consumers are very powerful. The first one is they are not a demographic. We can't just segment them by their age because they are highly concerned on values. Then they are about more than organic. This means they highly care about values, not just ingredients. So we have to be careful. They will not take your word for it. Yes, Loha's consumers are very loyal to companies who address the social issues, who ensure the corporate social responsibility. However, if we provide unethical products, definitely they will be against us. So we have to be careful. When it comes to the Sri Lankan context, most of our consumer segments are price sensitive, as well as in these days there is there is economic recession, so it is very critical when we entering into new market segment. So we have to be careful. Pumi?
Thank you, Anthony. Are you a simple person? So what is simplicity? Is there any trend in the market in relation to simplicity? I mean, to be simple in this cutthroat competitive market? So we have to be well aware of that. Do you all have any idea about this? Don't worry. We are here to blow up your mind on logos. So what is logos? As you can see here, it is a lifestyle of voluntary simplicity. Simply, it is a manner of living that is outwardly simple and inwardly rich. Voluntary simplicity goes hand in hand with caring for our world, its entire people, and every species. It's the whole package. Mindfulness of our impact as human beings is the key. We need to learn not to do harm. To be simple, we have to choose live simply without unnecessary stress, consumption, spending, and desires. And we should agree with the saying that money cannot buy happiness. As a result, we can dedicate additional time and resources to our family and hobbies. Not only that, but also we should focus on conscious consumption, a byproduct of voluntary simplicity that will definitely reduce carbon footprint. Living within Earth's capacity is the required basis of social and economic progress, but today's consumption pattern prevents such progress and, as a consequence, cause not only ecological damage but also have negative social implications as well, as you can see here. I know what you are thinking about as professional marketers. Have a look on this. Voluntary simple customers prefer lower consumption but higher quality environmental friendly products, as they do not like to spend more, reduce cost by using simple raw materials and presenting them at low prices. Make it available in large shopping complexes as well as small shops. Since these people value social relationships, you can promote them easily using social media. So if you want to launch a simple product, keep those in your mind. I think I made myself clear. In order to have a better understanding, we have to move few steps further. Okay, my friends are ready for you. Kalpani?
Thank you, Pumi. So when considering the examples of logos falls into three categories. The first one is spending and consumption. People who prefer logos consume and spend less. If we consider their households for an example, they use natural insulation, use rainwater tanks, solar panels, etc. in order to minimize their spending and consumption. And it is an emerging marketing sector in Sri Lankan context. If we consider their food preferences, they tend to use organic and home-grown food. And also they try to reduce their meat consumption. And there is a niche market for organic food in Sri Lanka. And the third category of examples is their careers. People who prefer logos work for fewer hours and spend their time to do the things that they love, like social activities, voluntary activities, and non-profit activities. The third category of logos is life. People who prefer logos don't like rushed and busy lives. They always try to reduce their carbon footprint. In order to reduce their carbon footprint, they use sustainable energy sources. And also, They are having an enormous consideration about their relationships, and and also they are very much health conscious. They do jogging, cycling, hiking, yoga, likewise things in order to maintain their health. And now we'll see the benefits of Logos. The benefits of Logos include, and it creates mental space to focus on fulfillment, and it reduces financial stress, and it minimizes the desire for material goods. It reduces the stress caused by careers, and finally, it reduces the carbon footprint. Although there are many benefits of Logos, on the other hand, there are several criticisms also. And those criticisms will be explained by my friend Pradeepa. Over to you, Pradeepa.
Thank you, Kalpani. And I'm going to discuss about the criticisms of voluntary simplicity. The simplicity movement has not been free from criticisms. There are prominent criticisms will be considered. And first one is leisure expansion movement. The simplicity movement is sometimes referred to as a leisure expansion movement even by its supporters. The implicit criticism in this description is that voluntary simplicity is a self-centered, narrowly hedonistic philosophy of life available only to a select few. While voluntary simplicity is, by definition, an ethic professed and practiced primarily by those free to choose their standard of living, the developers' broad-based affluence today means that the vast majority of people have the option to choose voluntary simplicity to some extent. Second one is consumption as meaning and identity. Next slide. And voluntary simplicity is an anti-consumeristic way of life that opposes the high consumption lifestyle prevalent in today's consumer societies and voluntarily embraces a simpler life of reduced consumption. In practice, this living strategy entails meeting material needs as simply and directly as possible, spending as little as possible on consumer goods and services, and generally seeking non-materialistic sources of satisfaction and meaning. And third one is escapist and apolitical. Finally, for our purposes, the simplicity movement has been criticized for being escapist or apolitical, which is an unavoidable criticism. Mary Crisby, a leading sociologist on voluntary simplicity, observes that simplicity movement participants don't generally talk about policy initiatives instead of focusing on the individual as the primary mechanism for change. While the individual may be the primary mechanism for change, many in the simplicity movement fail to recognize that if true change is desired, much more attention must be paid to political engagement. And that's all about our topic, Lohas and Logos. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, so I think the group number 5, maybe not that 5, 13, yes, 5. How do you feel? Group number 5, are you here? So group number 5, you want to give some comments or some clarifications about that particular presentation?
Good morning, madam. We are from group number 5.
Yes.
So, thank you. First of all, I would like to thank for the informative presentation presented by group number 30. So they are giving me an idea about the two concepts, LOHAS and LOWOS. So basically, LOHAS is an organization that concern about the environmental justice, sustainable living. So this is actually, as they mentioned, it's a rapid growing global trend, and also it's basically try to produce new green products through this concept. And also they talk about the 4 pieces, mainly these LOHAS focus on. If you take a product, it says they mentioned that the product should be a minimum packaging should use, and also recyclable materials should use. When it comes to the price, they mentioned that the consumers are like to pay higher prices because of these good practices and the friendliness, environmental friendliness. And also the online platforms are using as a place, and also the The labeling is like product labeling specifically include ingredients that are good for the health, recyclable, and also they include the sugar compositions in their product. Likewise, and also the advantages also they have discussed, like the consumers are more loyal towards these kind of organization, and also less concerned about the price, and they like to pay a higher price. And also they have discussed something about the low was. It's a simple lifestyle. So that's about the things we have learned from this presentation. So thank you for the presentation.
May you, your name, please?
Dilini Gunasekar.
Gunasekar. Number 37?
Yes, madam.
Right, Dilini. So, a major focus, finally, the group can add it to the overconsumption concepts, spirituality, and some other related concepts other groups have already presented earlier time as well. Anyhow, based on your presentation, I really satisfied with you have really all the presenters are very clearly communicate the audience, can provide very nicely the idea in each sections that I expect from you, right? Okay. Then another thing is, when you look at the LOHAS, it's mainly for everybody must understand it is a normal market segmentation. We can apply demographic, geographic, psychographic, and behavioral characteristics. When we look at the sustainability consumption related segmentation and targeting positioning strategies, especially we can apply LOHAS and LOHOS concepts to segment the market, because we look at the consumer buying behavior beyond the conventional marketing consumer behavior, consumer roles, especially like influencer, buyer, consumer. Rather than that, there may be recycler, then the influencer. All these characters are there. Beyond that, there may be some activist, and likewise we can look at further lifestyles relating to different people categories under the sustainable consumer role. So the different aspects of consumers, to identify different consumers, especially the role like bhumika, right? So rather than the influencer, buyer, and the consumer type of things, right? Decider. You learn those things under the consumer behavior. Anyhow, it's go beyond that, and sustainable or the green consumer behavior. We are talking about extended roles relating to the consumer, especially that is you can add related to your presentation, and everything you explain very clearly. But during your making presentation PowerPoint slides, everywhere you need to put the citations rather than putting everything under the reference list, right? Especially this is, for example, like this. There are 5 types of LOHAS you have mentioned in your presentation slide. End of that particular key slide, so you have to put this. This is from that LOHAS, that article or the internet website, so whatever the thing, right? It is important. And also and that is the simple thing I want to tell you, need some citations within the slides, right? Then again, so many examples you have take in your presentation. Anyhow, it is better to provide more and more Sri Lankan examples, like how different companies, especially some companies who are applying green concepts or the sustainability concept. So sustainability marketing approach these companies, especially some cosmetic in companies in Sri Lanka, maybe some tourism companies, the hotel sector, hotel sectors. So everything based on these areas or the industries, you can get some more examples and more clarifications to explain your concepts. Anyhow, it's a totally very good presentation, and the slides is also nicely prepared, and many references I have seen, but there are some things I forget to tell you. Anyhow, if I ask the question like for everybody, remember this one. If I ask the question like this, I explain the marketing implication for the following sustainable tools or sustainable concepts like LOHA. So especially you may need to understand it. It is very important to apply segmentation, targeting, positioning. Theoretical background is very important to discuss, right? So likewise, you can provide extended answers relating to how marketers can apply those concepts. So how marketing, what are the different implications, right? Like last time we discussed cradle to cradle. So that means actually circular economic model. It seems highlight the circular economic model. How circular economic model can apply in today's marketers to become or to reach sustainable business ventures. So likewise, you can remember different, ask yourself different questions. Why this is need? How can we combine these things to overconsumption, mindful consumption, even the spirituality and sustainability marketing aspects? So those are the key things you may need to consider other than listening the presentation, right? Okay. Next group. I think next group. So what is the next group?
Group number 14, madam.
Okay. 14, right. Chaturangani, right, you are the leader. Are all members here?
Yes, madam.
Chaturangani. Now your group can share your PowerPoint, and then it's the time for your group.
Thank you, madam.
Also, you may need to send it to my email, right? PowerPoint, only the PowerPoint presentation. Right.
I think
simple question, social marketing and societal marketing, right? Okay, start.
Thank you, madam. Dear madam and friends, we are group number 14 and we are going to do a presentation on social marketing and societal marketing. With the thought of George Evner, we will start our presentation. Now I invite Pasan to continue the presentation.
Thank you, Chadrangi. So what
Please
is social
give me 1 second. Group number 13, Kavinda. Who are the people present today? Kavinda.
Madam, all the group members presented, 8 members, madam.
All 8 members presented?
Yes, madam.
Other 9 members are here.
Madam, 1 member has left the degree program.
Who is that?
Madam, there is a person.
Anyway, we'll check. I will check. Okay, sir. Thank you. Right.
Welcome, madam.
Okay. Right, start. Sorry for disturbing your group. Anyway.
That's okay. So what is social marketing? The term was first proposed by Philip Kotler and Gerald Saltman in early 1970s. According to them, social marketing is the design, implementation, and monitoring of programs designed to influence acceptability of social ideas, and that embeds planning, pricing, communication, distribution, and marketing research consideration. When talking about more modern definitions, in 2015, Saunders described social marketing as the application of marketing principles to enable individual and collective ideas and actions in the pursuit of effective, efficient, equitable, fair, and sustained social transformation. So let me now break down these definitions with 5 main components. Moving on. First, it focuses on changing behavior. Secondly, this behavior change is voluntary. Thirdly, social marketing uses marketing principles and techniques. The fourth one, we select and influence a target audience in social marketing. And finally, the social marketing is done for the benefit of the target audience and society at large. Now, let's introduce the 4 P's of social marketing: product, price, place, and promotion. First, when talking about the product, it is a key benefit, service, or a behavior change that is a need or a want of an individual. Price is the monetary value of the product, and place is where the target population is. It can be a physical place such as a grocery store, shopping mall, a government office, doctor's office, or a virtual platform such as social media. And when it comes to promotion, the focus is on creating a demand for the product in the target audience. So now, to talk more on social marketing, I invite Chaturangi to continue the presentation. Over to you, Chaturangi.
Thank you, Hasan. Now let's see who can do social marketing. Social marketing can help change behavior to improve social problems. Social marketing now goes beyond influencing individuals' behavior. It promotes socio-cultural and structural change relevant to social issues. Non-profit organizations and charities mostly run the majorities of social marketing campaigns. Government organizations and emergency services such as police, ambulance services run them as well. But commercial brands also will sometimes run social marketing campaigns due to the passionate and to gain much more awareness from the target audience. Why social marketing is important? The application of a commercial marketing techniques to social problems, which mean techniques to convince people to change their behavior. Social marketing promotes good care for people and influence people to adapt for fit and healthier lifestyle. It also let people to know that one must be aware of the behavioral change for society, and one must live a quality life in the community. Over to you, Kalani.
What is societal marketing? Next slide. The societal marketing concept holds that the company should make good marketing decisions by considering consumer wants, company requirements, and society's long-term interest. That means the societal marketing creates a favorable image for the company and also help to increase the sales. And it's not the same as the terms of social marketing and social media marketing. It's a term closely related to CSR and sustainable development. Next slide. There are 3 pillars of societal marketing. That means the company should balance 3 considerations in setting their marketing strategies: company profits, consumer wants, and society's interest. The first one is society, that means human welfare. The companies must make sure the products, services, actions, or investment innovation serve the society first. And the second one is consumers. That means the consumer satisfaction. The products and services should be satisfying the consumer needs. And the third one is the company profits. Building long-term customer relationships, being socially responsible, and providing satisfactory products are important for profit making and wealth maximization. The next slide. Then we talk about the objectives of societal marketing concept. Then the changing attitude, beliefs, and expectations of the people. So the people should care about the environment. And also, then companies should adopt such marketing strategies that would make people to change their behavior. And also, societal marketers should change the traditional marketing mix. That means the product, price, place, and promotion, and use it in their marketing campaign, which would increase the impact of it. And also, the marketing of the company's product should also spread awareness about the environment in which the companies are operating their business. And also, societal marketing campaign messages should be so effective that the people and business start taking responsibility about the environment. And also, the marketing share and consumer base should increase with the societal marketing campaign. The next will be continued by my friend Nitni. Uh, the societal marketing concept advantages. The societal marketing helped companies and businesses to send a good message that they care about the environment, and an eco-friendly approach will be.
Kalani, sorry for the disturbance. Now, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I continue the presentation. Sorry for this. So let's see the advantages of societal marketing concepts. The first one is societal marketing helps companies and businesses to send a good message to the public that they care about the environment. And next point, an eco-friendly approach would provide a competitive advantage to the company. And the next point, if a company provides eco-friendly products and services to its consumers, then it would increase the consumer retention ratios. And the next point, when consumers are loyal to the certain brand, then the sales of product and services would also increase. And then in this sales increase, the businesses would have also opportunities to expand and grow their operations furthermore. And the next point is societal marketing systems would properly use the economic resources of the company. And then the next point is the usage of economic resources would generate employment and opportunities. So, because of that, the living standard of the people would also rise. The last point is it ensures economic planning more significant and more fruitful to the consumers. Next slide, please. So it is the importance of the societal marketing concepts. As we know that marketing and businesses are essential for each other. So the goal of any business is to produce product and services and sell it in the market and then earn profit and finally satisfy the needs of consumers. While doing everything, the needs of the environment and society should also be considered. A business generates and circulates an economic activity in the society. So the business persons like owners, manufacturers, and marketers are also a member of the society. Therefore, their actions impact not only the members but also the whole social environment of the society. The business and environment of society are interdependent. Therefore, businesses and companies should adopt society-oriented marketing strategies instead of businesses-oriented marketing strategies. So over to you, Teja.
Thank you, Leslie. While having the basic understanding of the social marketing and societal marketing, here we are going to give an understanding and elaboration of the differences about social and societal marketing. The first one is social marketing tends to apply traditional commercial marketing strategies such as mass media advertising in the form of safety campaigns, but can also extend to educational and fundraising programs to influence social changes. Societal marketing is less forceful in its messaging and will instead attempt to encourage social responsibility without alienating the customer. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. If we think about what is actually prioritized in these two types of marketing, we can observe that the greater common good is the primary consideration in social marketing, while that the same consideration is only one of the other important considerations in societal marketing. This is very important distinction that should be kept in mind. So, and I will invite Dakshina to take from this onward.
Thank you, Veja. Next slide, please. Looking at what sort of organizations actually carry out social marketing, we can observe that non-profit and government organizations engage in this sort of marketing to further a certain socially beneficial cause. On the other hand, societal marketing is usually implemented by commercial business organizations which associate their products and services with social responsibility. Next slide, please. Another major difference can be seen with regards to the goals of these two marketing strategies. Social marketing focuses on points such as improving public health and raising awareness about major social issues, while societal marketing attempts to balance a corporation's commercial viability with its responsibilities to consumers and society in the long term. Now comparing the marketing, next slide, please. Comparing the marketing approaches with each other, social marketing usually focuses on the end result of marketing, which is seen in the rather direct approach it takes by pushing a message to influence behavior through persuasion. On the other hand, societal marketing focuses on the marketing process and strategy by highlighting its support for a cause, which is a relatively indirect approach, thereby elevating their brand image to encourage consumers to purchase their products and services. I will now hand over to Anusha to continue the presentation. Anusha?
Yes, thank you, Dakshina. I would like to further explain you about this social marketing concept through some real-world examples. Next slide. Yes, the aim of social marketing is to bring social change. It's a marketing application to address issues like health, environment, safety, and aim to convince an audience to change their behavior. Under this, instead of selling a product, it sells the behavior or lifestyle that benefits the society. Next slide. Here we have listed some examples like reduction of environmentally unfriendly products, anti-tobacco campaign to reduce smoking rates, campaign to promote healthy eating patterns, campaign to reduce drunk driving behavior, campaign to minimize antisocial behavior, campaign to reduce carbon footprint and promote energy conservation, and so on.
Why not to campaign, present campaign you can add here, right?
Yes.
That's a real way we are going to change the behavior of the governors in Sri Lanka, right? That is also social marketing, right? That is not, we are not going to earn profit, not doing business, but that's actual good example in the real world context, right? Okay, continue.
Yes, madam. Yes, next slide. Yes, this plastic bag killed ad campaign, which is launched by BBDO ad campaign, is one of the best example under social marketing. This campaign featured a plastic bag with the image of struggling turtle with accompanying phrase, "Plastic bag kill, keep our ocean clean." So this campaign highlights the negative side effect of the use of plastic bag on wildlife and induce people to use less plastic. So now I would like to invite Vasanta to continue the rest of the presentation.
Even related to this example, there may be another campaign conducted by Sri Lanka. So you want to find these things, right? Anyway, right, continue.
Thank you, Anusha. This image, this is very important. You can see this Save Paper, Save the Planet, launched by World Wildlife Fund with the objective of reducing paper use. This makes people realize that saving the planet starts with them saving papers. It does simple modification to the standard paper dispenser with green foil and the outline of South America. This aim to prove that the survival of the forest is directly connected to what people consume. This is very important campaign in the worldwide. Next slide, please. Then see how easy feeding the hungry can be. This is also very sensitive campaign created by TBWA South Africa. They want to encourage food donation to feed South Africa and encouraging people to visit the Feed SA website. Places images of hungry children holding out their hands in shopping carts, begging for food. So it looks like any food places in the shopping cart is being given to the child. All stores where this promotion was placed had food donation bins at store exist. So people could donate to Feed South Africa right away. No need to go very far. This social marketing campaigns launched the organization in the world. Now we move to what are the examples to societal marketing examples. I invite to Satyan to continue.
Thank you, Vasanta. I'm going to explain about the examples for societal marketing. Next slide, please. The first one is Milo. It has switched to paper straws, which is eco-friendly, and it is the first beverage in Sri Lanka to switch to paper straws. They started minimizing plastic waste because it is a major issue that has a larger environmental impact. Therefore, they introduced this new addition in order to save the environment. The next one is MBAC, which improves the well-being of street dogs by rescuing and rehoming them. The increasing population of street dogs has become one of the social issues in Sri Lanka. Therefore, in order to address this issue, MBAC has initiated this program, as well as they are conducting awareness programs for school children regarding how to safely interact with the street dogs. And the next one is BP Education, which is initiated by Mr. Damika Pereira. And this is an innovative online learning platform for school students initiated during the COVID-19 pandemic. At that time, there were no schools. So he identified the need of children and came up with this program to satisfy the target customers' needs. And the last one is MMS Holding. As many of you know, MMS is one of the main sponsors of Sri Lanka cricket. They produce Sri Lanka national cricket team's jersey by using waste plastic recovered from the beaches with the support of Sri Lanka Navy, as this contributes to establish a sustainable solution for the marine problems. They use this as a marketing tool as well because cricket is one of the most popular games in Sri Lanka. Over to you, Madhuri.
You give 1 second, right? So still you are an MBA student, right? So you want to critically evaluate. So 100% recyclable materials used for packaging in Milo. But when we look at Milo as a drink, so is it a responsible drink to the society? So what are the barriers or the weaknesses insides of the thing? So that is greenwashing, right? There may be they just put the package side, but they ignore the content and the quality and also health aspects of the drink. So that is one thing you want to criticize relating to that one, but it's not just a recyclable material used for packaging is look at the societal marketing. So just they are from the commercial perspective, you can use this, but anyway, better to use good examples like Mars and Bach, and even there are some issues relating to Damika Pereira's one, right? So anyhow, as you all are MBA level students, you want to find the better examples. Anyway, right? You can continue. You may listen to another presentation or another lecture relating to social responsibility initiatives and social responsibility marketing and marketing ethics by Dr. Dushant Chaminda in future lectures. So therefore, you can get some more understanding relating to this particular section. Anyhow, maybe one person want to continue. Now is time for you. Right, okay? Just continue.
Next slide, please.
05.
I will be going to explain the trends in societal marketing, digital age and rapid globalization, as well as increased concern on environment, more concern on the ethics and social responsibility. The growth of not-for-profit marketing can be seen as a trend in societal marketing, digital age and rapid globalization. Technology plays an important role in the lives of businesses. Therefore, it is not possible for company to maintain its extent without using technology. With that, distance between consumers and businesses has disappeared, and concern to the environment and society is also increased in the business world than earlier ages. Increased concern on environment. There is a common concern across the globe on the environment. People concern more on environment as well as energy issues, and many more would prioritize expanding renewable energy. With these factors, the businesses also need to pay more attention on the environment as well as the society's welfare as a whole. With this trend toward societal marketing can be seen in the current business world. Concern on the ethics and social responsibility. In today's competitive business world, consumers have become knowledgeable than previous. They have more information with them regarding the market conditions. Therefore, business should focus on ethics and social responsibility more than earlier days to become a responsible business entity in the competitive business world. As well, the growing public awareness of CSR issues has led to an expectation that the companies will spend money with are doing the right thing regarding their social citizenship. The growth of not-for-profit marketing, use of marketing tactics by a non-profit organization to promote the message and the organization as well as raise donations is called as not-for-profit marketing. This is challenging as the organization must convince their audience to give money without getting anything concrete in return. Here's the references we used to do our presentation. With that, we conclude our presentation. Thank you for your cooperation.
Group number 6. Group number 6.
Yes, madam. I'm from group number 6. Yes. Shall I give a comment, madam? Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, madam. Okay. My friends of group number 14, they did a very informative presentation on the topic social marketing and societal marketing. And at the beginning, when they display the slide, I was thinking what was the difference, and finally I got to know what it is. And they have compared the difference of the two concepts. Also, I feel it is very effective, and they explain the things very clearly and not too speed or too slow. And the slides also very attractive, and I think they did the work well. That's all, madam.
No any suggestions or improvements? So my comments, right? Okay, thank you. So what I want to tell you, so once you are talking about the societal marketing, more concerned about the social responsibility about the consumers in the target markets, right? Relating to the social responsibility initiatives, you have to further discuss some special social initiatives or the social responsibility marketing initiatives under the corporate social marketing, post-related marketing, corporate philanthropy, corporate community involvement, social responsibility business practices to explain the societal marketing concept further under your presentation, right? So you can discuss all these things with in future lectures with Dr. Dushan Taminda, right? Okay. So therefore, I am not highly criticize this one. Anyhow, if you can get some more critical things related to the behavioral changes, especially considering the Sri Lankan examples, to add some more things to highlight voluntary activities, especially university level, even your company level, even your groups or the activist level. So everything you want to be considered the under the social marketing, right? So social marketing, basically, we discuss when it came to the market 1967, or maybe Philip Kotler and some other people, highly concerned about the social forces, right? So especially ignoring the profitability aspect. So the company not profit making organizations basically it started, right? So anyhow, so many theoretical differences and the advantages and disadvantages discussed by this group, and it's a highly concerned about the two aspects. And if you add some things that just I show in my slide, so it could be more better. Anyhow, that's a good presentation, overall presentation. Thank you very much for the group number 14, right? Okay. Next, we can ask group number 15 to discuss green market in myopia. Right, okay. Thank you. You want to reevaluate, revisit your presentation part, especially considering the social marketing aspect. Right. Then the next group.
Thank you, madam. We will share the presentation now.
Good morning, all of you.
Right.
Good morning, all of you. We are group number 15, and our topic is green marketing, myopia, and greenwashing. These are the group members of our group. And this is the presentation. We are facing a lot of threats, climate change. So many international parties and organizations have taken steps to overcome the global climate change, global warming. And also, as party in the society, mentions focus on sustainable and environment. Green marketing is a part of a larger society towards more sustainable and
Are you here?
Sorry, madam. I think she has a network connection. I will do the presentation part. Today, okay, madam. So today, as a world, we are facing a lot of threats due to the global climate change. International parties and organizations have taken steps to overcome the global climate change and to reduce the global warming. And also, as a responsible party in the society, many organizations focus on sustainable and environmental friendly practices. Green marketing is a part of a large societal movement towards more sustainable and ethical business practices. Green marketing can be defined as the marketing of products that we perceive to be environmental safe. It incorporates a broad range of activities, including product modification, changes to the production process, sustainable packing, as well as the modifying advertising. These are some examples for the environment safe products. So, examples for the green products are reusable bags and water bottles, bamboo toothbrushes, and paper straws. So over to you, Harsha.
Thank you, Myri. When discussing about the objectives of green marketing, actually the green marketing focuses more on profit through sustainable development, and just like any other form of marketing, touches every aspect of a business. And it focuses more on profit through sustainable development. Contrary to one belief that it just focuses on eco-friendly way of marketing, the answer is big no. It just not focuses on sustainable ways of promoting and green products, but also works on how to sell these products to earn the most profits. And when considering on the importance of green marketing, with the increasing of the population and the overproduction of products have been polluting the natural environment for the last 2 decades. There is growing interest among people about the environment and the change in their behavior for the protection of the environment. Actually, green marketing out there is not only meant for nature, but it's always going to benefit the company in the long run. And when discussing about the benefits of green marketing, we have labeled here a few benefits. And the first one is appeals to a new market. Actually, consumer wants to know how the products are made and how using those products will impact the world they live in. And with green marketing, you can attract these individuals. And as a second one, increases profitability and the brand loyalty. Companies that are the first in their sector to offer a green product or service benefits enormously from green marketing. This strategy can help companies stand out from their competitors. And therefore, green marketing can help business effectively rebrand their products to increase profitability and brand loyalty. And as the third benefit, response to consumer demand. There is large consumer demand for environmental focused goods and services. For instance, according to a study by the Center of Green Industries and Sustainable Business Growth at Deacon's University, the demand for organic produce has grown around 240 over the past 10 years. And as this next benefit, lower overhead costs. Using sustainable materials can drive waste disposal costs down as well. Even using co-friendly construction materials when building offices, warehouses, or manufacturing sites can save companies money in the long run. And as the last benefits, it helps the green marketing helps the environment. Actually, this should be the main focus of green marketing technique because it is why consumer attitudes and preference shift in the first place. They want business to practically accountability. Over to you, Madhushani.
Thank you, Harsha. So let's understand about marketing myopia. The concept first expressed in an article by Theodore Levitt in 1960. It explains about companies' focus on their desires rather than focusing on needs and wants of consumers to sell specific goods or services. In next slide. Then what is green marketing myopia? Even though green marketing is a good strategy that could add value to the product, many green products have failed because of green marketing myopia. Green marketing myopia arises when marketers only focus on providing green products to customers without considering the needs and expectations of customers. Normally, consumers are drawn to products that fulfill their wants and needs outside of eco-friendly product features. Companies that focus exclusively on marketing the natural and organic product benefits without considering the direct consumer benefits may be setting themselves up for a disaster. So companies must navigate the delicate balance between eco-friendly claims and keeping customers happy. When companies fail to adequately account for both, they enter the red zone known as green marketing myopia. In next slide, here are some examples. In 1994, Whirlpool introduced
an energy-wise refrigerator. But the company could not hedge the inflated price of the product. Hence, the Whirlpool's energy-wise refrigerator fails. General Motors electric car. This product failed as it was inconvenient for drivers to find recharging facilities, which was often required. Philips Earthlight. The company introduced an energy efficient bulb called Earthlight, but the product failed because it was incompatible with almost every conventional lamp at the time. In Sri Lanka, replacing the plastic spoon with paper spoons by yogurt manufacturers to reduce plastic pollution is also not very successful because most of the customers do not like the newly introduced paper spoon as it is not much comfortable. Now, Mayur will explain more about green marketing myopia.
Thank you, Madhushani. So I will be presenting what are the causes for green marketing myopia. Many green products have failed because of companies' tunnel vision, which focuses on managing products instead of meeting customer needs. Green products have failed because of myopia focus on product greenness over the broad expectations of customers. Green marketing myopia can also occur when green products fail to provide credible, substantial environmental benefits. Top reason for people to reject green product is consumers do not buy green products includes beliefs that they require sacrifice, inconvenience, higher cost, lower performance without significant environmental benefit. However, many green products available in the marketplace are in fact desirable because they deliver convenience, lower operating cost, and or better performance. Companies that focus exclusively or rely heavily on marketing the natural and organic products benefits without considering the direct consumer benefits may be setting themselves up for disaster. Brands must navigate the delicate balance between eco-friendly claim and keeping customer happy in the checkout line at home. When companies fail to adequately account for both, they enter the red zone known as green marketing myopia. So, Mirutula will explain about further green marketing myopia. Over to you, Mirutula.
Thank you, Mary. Strategies to avoid the green marketing myopia. According to Ottman, there are three major principles that can be used to avoid the green marketing myopia. The first one is consumer value positioning. It has noted many consumers have adopted products thinking that are green that need not to be adopted for environmental reasons, but because of perceived benefits. There are at least 5 desirable benefits that are commonly associated with green products, that is efficiency and cost effectiveness, health and safety, performance, symbolism and status, and convenience, which will achieve greater appeal among the consumers. The second principle is the calibration of consumer knowledge, which means the consumers need to be educated with a marketing message that connect environmental or green product attributes with a desired customer value. For example, they can include a tag like energy efficiency saves money. The third principle is credibility of products claims. Credibility is the foundation of effective green marketing. Green products must meet the consumer's expectations and deliver the promised customer value by providing the environmental benefits. Green products attributes need to be communicated honestly and qualified for believability. For example, some companies include some disclaimer while they are advertising. For example, Toyota includes an actual mileage may vary disclaimer while they are advertising. Over to you, Navoda.
Thank you, Mirtula. Let's see what is greenwashing. Greenwashing is a process of conveying a false impression of providing misleading information how a company's products are more environmentally sound. Greenwashing is considered as a claim to deceive consumers into believing that company's products are environmentally friendly. It is capitalized on the growing demand for environmentally sound products. So it can convey a false impression that company or its products are environmentally sound. Let's move to the next slide and see what are the examples for greenwashing. Volkswagen's clean diesel. They released an ad campaign to debunk the fact that the diesel was bad and that is used the technology that emitted fever polymer. So later the truth was revealed that there is 11 million of its diesel cars with defeat devices for technology designed to cheat emission tests, and then that the vehicles emitted pollutants at level up to 40 times of US limit. So the next example is, let's go to the next slide. EasyJet less carbon dioxide. In a nationwide press advertisement in 2008, EasyJet claimed that its plane emitted 22% less carbon dioxide than other planes on the same route. So the claim was debunked by the advertisement standards agency, as the company did not make it clear that the figure was related to emission per passenger. In next slide, there are more examples like Coca-Cola and some cleaning products and also McDonald's. So let's see how to identify greenwashing. So over to you, Dakshit.
Thank you, Navoda. Greenwashing has evolved since the 1980s and it's becoming harder to spot to the untrained eye. Here are some of the signs to watch for when determining whether a brand is guilty of greenwashing. Next slide. Selective disclosure. Companies often highlight positive environmental facts about their products while internationally avoiding any mention of the negative. For example, an auto manufacturer might praise a vehicle's fuel efficiency while ignoring the environmentally destructive mining practices involved in producing the lithium battery. Symbolic actions. It is standard practice for brands to draw attention to a minor positive action that does little to change its overall environmental footprint. Oil companies donating Dawn dish soap to clean infected animals after their own product spills in the ocean is one example. Hidden trade-offs. Brands may advertise a new change as green while ignoring its negative effects. For example, Starbucks introduced straw-free lids to avoid wasting plastic, but these new lids used more plastic than before. Lack of proof. The company may make claims about its eco-friendliness, made with organic materials, without sharing certifications or other evidence to back them up. Next slide, please. Lesser of two evils. This happens when companies promote one beneficial aspect of an otherwise damaging product. Examples include fuel-efficient SUVs or Walmart getting sued for misrepresenting the benefits of biodegradable plastic bottles. Meaningless labels. Many brands hide behind meaningless green speak that sounds impressive but doesn't have any official weight behind it. Examples include phrases like made with natural ingredients instead of showing USDA organic certification, or saying vegan approved instead of showing the product is PETA certified vegan. Overinflated phrases. Greenwashing companies may use phrases that, while technically true, give the consumer a skewed perception of the products they are buying. For example, an apparel company may state its shirts are now made with 50% more recycled fibers when increasing the amount from 2% to 3% of the total garment. True, but overstated as a benefit. Suggestive imagery. Sometimes all it takes to greenwash is to market product in visually pleasing packaging. A tissue company might adorn its box with green leaves to imply the paper was harvested sustainably without mentioning the fact that on the packaging. Some brands go so far as to incorporate small images that looks like official logos for environmental certifications but are actually meaningless. Next, let's see how to avoid these problems. Over to you, Tush.
Thank you. We have seen greenwashing is what is greenwashing? Greenwashing is the process of conveying a false impression or providing misleading information about how a company's products are more environmentally sound. How can I identify greenwashing? Nobody likes to be duped into believing something that is a diversion from the truth, especially when it comes at the cost of damaging the planet. Identifying and calling out greenwashing is important to help bring the phenomenon to an end. Here are a few things you can do. Be wary of green buzzword. Companies and products will claim to be environmentally responsibly by using words like eco-friendly, recycled, sustainable, vegan, conscious. They will use these words without explaining how they have been able to achieve the status. When you see them, do your research to see whether they have provided more information. If they don't, they are likely greenwashing. Research the company. While some products and services will be advertised as actually be environmentally conscious, it hosts companies may not be think buying a vegan leather belt from a jeans manufacturer then actively pollutes rivers or purchasing chocolates with recyclable packaging from a company that also sells single-use plastic water bottles. Look for verifications. If a company is indeed doing as it claims, most times it will be verified by a third party. This means that company should have received the thumbs up from an environmental auditing organization. Next slide. So, how to avoid and prevent greenwashing? Tips to avoid greenwashing. Use the following strategies to ensure that companies is not greenwashing. Make your claims clear and easy to understand. Include details such as a specific unit of measurement and specific certification and verification endorsements from credible third party. Back up your sustainability claim with data. Keep current data available and update it on your website and anywhere else you make sustainability claims. Only use data that can be verified. If possible, include credible third-party certification from sources. Compare apples to apples. When comparing your products' sustainability to competitors, make sure to compare the same product types. You are not misleading consumers. Clean up your operations. If you want to market your products as eco-friendly, you need to work by making sustainability part of your business model. Institute sustainable practices in your manufacturing, waste disposal and distribution operations. Be honest your brand's sustainability practices and plans. Inform consumers about how green your individual products are, as well as your company's overall sustainable practices. When discussing plans or goals, be specific about your target and timelines so consumers can hold you accountable. Make sure image on ads and packagings are not misleading. Don't use the color green or image from nature, like trees and flowers, to imply that your products or brand are eco-friendly if that's not the case. So next slide. There are so many ways to avoid greenwashed products. Yes, look deeper into a company's claim. If you see something on the label, go to their website and look for the more information. If you this information seems internationally valued or broad, there is good chance to that companies was using greenwashing techniques. Look for certification. A company can put natural and organic on their labels, but if it doesn't have a certification label, it is most likely not organic. Beware of the common greenwashing words. This includes eco-friendly, green, all-natural, earth-friendly, non-toxic, plant-based, plant-derived, pure, raw, healthy, organic. These words means nothing. Natural doesn't mean environmentally friendly, so be skeptical of these claims. Ask questions. Don't be afraid to reach out to companies and question their claims. If you are unsure, you can unusually find sourcing and ingredients information on company websites. Look for irrelevant claims. These are claims that are technically true but not relevant. One example is CFC-free CFC are banned by laws. So this is not truly an indication of sustainability or environmental friendliness. Look for companies playing on this lesser of two evil concept. A company might be claiming to be greener than a competitor, but if the industry itself is unsustainable, does this make sense? No. Transparency is important. If a company is not transparent with its practice and claims, it's usually because they are not environmental friendly. Ask these companies about their other projects like who they support, donate, and etc. Shop with an attention. Do your part in making environmentally friendly choices. One way to do this today, research the products you plan to purchase before going to the store. That way you can go for the particular item and not fall for the greenwashed advertising at the store. Look for minimal recyclable packaging. In many cases, companies using greenwashing tactics will still have their products in as unnecessary amount of packaging. That seems contradictory to claiming they are sustainable, right? Buy fewer things in reality, reducing the amount you buy and reusing what you have is the best way to ensure that you are being sustainable. Know your power as a consumer and don't be afraid to use your choice. Thank you for my part. Next to Deshani.
Thank you, Dushi. As the conclusion, actually, the organization need effective marketing principle to make green product desirable for consumers along with good green marketing strategies. And it is giving, green marketing is just giving what the consumer want and good for the environment. And these are our references. And thank you for all for listening to us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. When listening to your presentation, so you want to connect green marketing myopia and greenwashing. So what is the difference between green marketing myopia and greenwashing? Are these two concepts are similar or they're different? So what is the difference? So one by one, explain whatever the sources and information find by individually. Anyhow, that is the overall picture you want to give to the class. That is important, right? But the goods and the positive side of your presentation, you are connecting with the marketing myopia, and then you are converted into the green marketing myopia with citing applicable articles and the references. That is very good. Then the thing is, sometimes very poor citations, especially it is important under the when you are using, especially definitions and some other theoretical concepts. That type of situation, it is very important to cite. Otherwise, it becomes your own word. So rather than telling your own words, so you want to cite the different people's viewpoint or the different scholars, and you give the respect to these people, right? The whole area, especially relating to green marketing myopia, greenwashing, we have completed by this group. Anyhow, you want to think about the difference between green marketing myopia and greenwashing. Last time question paper, we were asking one question relating to green marketing myopia. Please refer previous year question paper. Just after the next presentation, I will give you the key areas for this year for the readings for to get more understanding, right? So different sections relating to spirituality and sustainability. That is another question in last time question paper. Finally, I would like to invite to the group number 16. Before that, all the members in that groups presented. So that is another important. Every groups today and the previous days, everybody engaged in very actively in their presentations. That is the common good sign I have seen in your group activity. Anyway, just after that, your group is also getting collecting more information other than the article from that I have sent to you. There are a lot of references you have gone through. But the green marketing and green washing, especially green washing, it's a lip services company doing without just selling something relating to the green aspect without practicing green. So that is the green marketing, the green washing. That is so therefore, truth of advertising, truth of information is very, very important to overcome that one. There are in other than that, you are mentioning the standardization and every key aspects relating to overcome green washing and green marketing myopia, especially 3 C's you can apply to avoid green marketing myopia: the consumer value proposition, the calibration of knowledge, and then the other one, there are 3 things. In addition to that, it is very important to think about this type greenwashing, right? Okay. Next presenters, group number 16. I invite this group to start presentation.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm from group number 7 and we evaluated this presentation.
Yes.
Yeah, I have a couple of comments. Could I please present it?
Yes, why not? Sorry,
Yeah.
I forget that.
Yeah, it's fine. Actually, they had 8 members in the group and all of them presented. I think it was a good point, as just mentioned by you as well. And in addition to that, I must say it was a good presentation because before entering into the real topic, they gave us a good introduction on the background information of the presentation as well. And then only they gradually entered into the topic. And after that, even the main topics, they have divided them into subtopics and came up with a lot of examples. So it was pretty informative. And after that, they finally concluded with a good conclusion. But in addition to those plus points, I have a couple of areas that they could have improved on as well. First one is that the number of words that they had in the presentation was a bit long, bit more. I mean, they could have decreased the number of words and added more images so that especially since this is a PowerPoint presentation, because if more images were added and the number of words were decreased, the listeners could have focused more on the most important points, and the most important points would have been highlighted more. And the second area that I identified that they could have improved on was explained by Madam as well. It was that, including myself, some of us can have doubts on the differences between green myopia and green washing. So if they could have added one more slide on comparing these two concepts, I think it would have been wonderful. So those are the areas that they could have improved on. And in addition to all those points, I highlighted another very special point. It was that the way how the second presenter covered up for the first presenter. I mean, if we all can remember, the first presenter, she lost her connection and she couldn't proceed with the presentation, unfortunately. And usually when something like that happens, most of us get panicked, confused, and could not get proceeded with the presentation. But today in this presentation, the second presenter, she came up and covered up her friend immediately without any hesitation. I think it was
very
an
good.
excellent.
That's I want to tell them.
Yeah,
anyway.
it was an excellent example on team spirit and leadership. I think all other groups can also take something from that. So I wanted to especially highlight that point. So yeah, that's all from group number 7 about it. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Then next group.
Good morning, madam. Am I audible to you?
Yes.
Madam, actually, we were given with 2 options on that day to select either green marketing or else consumerism and environmentalism. So we selected this green marketing, especially focusing on green marketing mix.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Once MA Yogesh, the CEO of Digital Influencers Academy, says influencers marketing is green marketing because it saves all traditional promotion materials. Good morning, everyone. We are here today to discuss on one of the trending topics in marketing world, which is green marketing. Next slide. This is our team spirit. First, we will move on to the presentation outline of the day. Today, we hope to discuss on introduction to green marketing, objectives of green marketing, real-world green marketing, principles of green marketing mix, green marketing practices, and green marketing trends. Next slide. First, we will see what is green marketing. In simply, green marketing is the process of promoting products or services based on their environmental benefits. These products or services may be environmentally friendly in themselves or produced in an environmentally friendly way. In other way, we can say green marketing involves companies promoting their products or services in a way that showcases their eco-friendliness. Thus, alternative names eco-marketing, environmental marketing are used to refer the same green marketing. So, green marketing is typically practiced by companies that are committed to sustainable development and corporate social responsibility. Thus, by today, more organizations are making an effort to implement sustainable business practices. They recognize they can make their products more attractive to customers while also reducing expenses in packaging, transportation, energy, and water usage, and more. Moving to the next slide, let's discuss on the objectives of green marketing. Green marketing is the act that not only living by environmentally friendly policies and procedures, but letting customers know about it. Green marketing is also important for a number of reasons, from eliminating wastefulness to educating customers about how a company is maintaining eco-friendly measures. Here are some other objectives considered when thinking about green marketing. Avoiding waste, whether it's creating biological product packaging, cutting down on water consumption, or reducing the amount of trash that goes into landfills. Green marketing is just a concern with avoiding waste as putting forward an eco-friendly face to the public. Reinventing products. Products themselves can be modified lesser the impact on the environment. For an example, method sources in ingredients from many plants derived ingredients, which means it's safer for humans, not toxic to family pets who might accidentally ingest it, and more environmentally friendly by being water soluble and dispensing safely into the environment, making green while being green. Of course, companies that promote green products want to not only to be good steward of planet Earth, but make a profit while doing so. Green marketing allows businesses to capitalize on the subset of the population willing to pay a little more lesser their footprint on the environment and protect the atmosphere. Changing processes. Consumers aren't the only one that need to be concerned with environmental impact. Green marketing also encourages businesses to properly utilize resources such as water consumption and electricity. Changing processes also means looking for renewable materials, using alternative resources, and finding ways to deliver products in a more fuel efficient manner, creating eco-friendly messaging. Green marketing's biggest marketing accomplishment might be in messaging. Green marketing works to help consumers to understand a product's green benefit and a company's commitment to the environment. It also an important avenue in which to educate people about sustainability and the environment. Moving to the next, let's talk about the benefits of green marketing. We are well versed with the fact that increasing the population and overproduction of products have been polluting the natural environment for last 2 decades. There is growing interest among people around the world regarding the protection of natural environment. People are getting more concerned about the environment and changing their behavior for the protection of the environment. Green marketing out there is not only meant for nature, but it's always going to benefit the company in the long run. First one, access to the new markets. The new culture of buying organic and eco-friendly products has been ultimately shifted the focus to the new domain of marketing, which is green marketing. The completely new market of green consumers who are out there to buy green products other than non-green products. Positive public image. With the campaign of Go Green can make your customers feel that the company has a responsible outlook towards natural resources. This makes the consumer think that since the company is aware of the current scenario, then it always motivates them to adopt with eco-friendly and clean habits. All these results in a good image of the brand and the eyes of existing and prospective customers. Economic advantages. Going green is like a reduction in waste in equal lower operating cost and more savings both in environmentally and economically. Eco-friendly business equipped the practices such as low wattage and LED lights, use of natural lights, water conversion processes, mandatory recycling and hybrid company vehicles save money on utilities, fuel, and office supplies. Sustainability and efficient use of resources. Adopting a green and eco-friendly lifestyle is all about sustainability. This sustainability transforms into profit in green sector which with secure features. Since there is no limit on to human needs and demands of resources, it's reversely proportional to the current available of resources. Green marketers need to facilitate consumers by consuming resources efficiently. The future safe market, including biomaterials, green buildings, personal transportation, smart grids, mobile applications, and water filtration. Competitive advantage. Going green always adapt your consumer base, undoubtedly. This factor gives you a competitive advantage among companies and in other same marketing line. This also set an example in front of society that how eco-marketing can transform society. Because companies that are adopting green marketing techniques gain more competitive advantage over other companies that are not cautious of such techniques and the environment. Then we will move on to real world examples. Medavi?
What happened to Patagonia?
Madam, shall I continue?
Yes.
Maybe with the connection issue, madam, because
Yes.
there's a power cut. Okay. So moving to the real world examples for green marketing. So we can see the examples are socially responsible considering the long-term environmental impacts of their business practices. So the organizations have launched green marketing campaigns to promote sustainable core values, and this surpasses additional marketing strategies, educating conscious consumption to people. So Patagonia is a great example of a brand that promotes green marketing without falling into the trap of trying to convince consumers that every aspect of their business is sustainable. The retail brand clearly communicates with customers about the materials they use that still need green alternatives and makes sure that rest of their products do use green materials. And in addition to their own business practices, Patagonia is also donates millions of dollars to sustainable agriculture programs, endangered species protection groups, coral reef restoration programs, and initiatives that work to restore forests. And another example we can take Starbucks.
Excuse me, Devindi.
Yes, you can continue.
Sorry for the interruption. There's a connection issue with mine. I will continue. Starbucks
Starbucks has been certified by LEDD since 2005, but it has moved beyond that by planning to eliminate all plastic straws by 2020 and open 10,000 environmental friendly stores by 2025. It uses green materials for producing, packaging, and delivering its products to customers. As a part of its Green Store initiative, the brand also plans to reduce waste and use 30% less water and 25% less power during the production process. Timberland. Timberland is a clothing manufacturer and retailer that uses green marketing to create a message of sustainability around its products. Timberland is a great example of a brand that such a strong core message that people are willing to pay more money to receive green friendly products. By sharing the green stories of current customers and including green material elements in every product, Timberland has developed and implemented an incredibly successful green marketing strategy that continues to grow as the brand makes efforts to use 100% renewable materials in the future. Moving to the next. IKEA. IKEA is a furniture giant, has locations around the globe. As a major brand focused on renewable energy and sustainable sourcing, IKEA has developed a people and planet positive energy that promotes eco-friendly practices, solar energy, and regenerative environmental efforts. IKEA is also an example of a company that is working towards creating 100% renewable energy in stores and reducing its already low percent of waste to below the current 15%. There are other green marketing campaigns such as Coca-Cola with its plant bottle campaign, aiming at empowering female entrepreneurs, encouraging a healthy lifestyle, and helping to conserve water worldwide. PepsiCo is with its campaigns on reducing water and energy usage across all business operations. Moving to the next, let's move to the principles of green marketing. Next slide. First one is the consumer-oriented marketing. This notion says that the company should see the marketing activities and strategies from the perspective of the consumers in order to build sustainable and profitable relationship with them. Second one is the customer value marketing. According to this concept, rather than altering product packaging or investing huge amount of money on advertising and publicity, firms should allot its resources which add value to the product or service that it offers. When the value is added to the products, obviously they will value by the customers too. Third one is the innovative marketing. We all know that the world is ever changing and so does the taste and the preferences of the customers. Therefore, the company should always look for a new and improved method to serve their customers. The principle of innovative marketing ensures that an organization never stops finding a better way to develop products and services and better ways to market, not to lose customers easily. Next one is the mission marketing. This principle guides the firm to define a broader mission in social terms and not in the product. Adopting a broader mission gives a company a clear long-term direction and serves the best long-term interest of the consumers and the brand. On the other hand, if a company states its mission that has some social welfare hidden in it, the employees feel proud to work for a good cause and work for the right direction. Final one is the societal marketing. With the principle of the societal marketing, the company balances a decision based on the customer wants, the company requirements, and the customer and the society's long-term interest. Innovative companies always look ahead for the potential societal issues which can be addressed by them as opportunities. Next, I will invite Purnima to continue the presentation.
Thank you, Medhavi. Sustainability marketing or green marketing helps to strengthen the brand identity, provide credibility, provide honest, truthful communications, and radical transparency with stakeholders. Green marketing mix includes 7 elements, and the most common 4 P's are product, price, place, and promotion. And here it comes with the concept of Go Green. So moving to the next slide. we are having Green Product Fest. Green Product includes using all natural and organic materials, sourcing local and through fair trade suppliers, utilizing environmentally friendly materials, using lean manufacturing and distribution methods, which helps to minimize the company's carbon footprint. In more detail, the design of the product at the same time should be customer friendly, non-vulnerable, comfortable, and user friendly. The technology used in manufacturing the products should be environment friendly, in no way should pollute the environment and be acceptable to all the stakeholders. Usefulness is being a bundle of utilities should cater to the needs of a large spectrum of consumers. The value is relative to what a customer seeks in a product or service. As an example, most famous coffee brand Starbucks, as my friends discussed earlier, and also many baby products with natural ingredients as raw materials, such as herbal products and also hybrid cars. Those are examples under many examples we can find around globally. So when it comes to products, packaging also very much important. As an example, IKEA has introduced reusable bags for the consumers and even encouraged them with special discounts. Most of the companies are practicing the emerging trend of using paper bags or paper cups for packaging rather than polythene or plastic. So moving to next slide, we have green price. Green products tend to be more expensive as the ingredients may grown with natural fertilizers may be more expensive than those foods not utilizing natural fertilizers. Less production to high demand naturally keeps a premium price for organic products than conventional products. When customers have option to purchase a green product, its price should never be demotivating. But this benefits consumer as a green product save them money in the long run, such as driving a hybrid car saves at the gas pump, energy efficient light bulbs, refrigerators, washers, and dryers save on energy cost. So water conservation shower heads save on the water bills, and using refillable water bottles is much cheaper than buying plastic water bottles again and again from the stores. This sustainable benefit strengthens the brand messaging and may help to minimize the green pricing gap. So moving to the next slide, green place. Place is where the product can be purchased and includes how the product is distributed to the purchase location. So place can be a physical store as well as a virtual store on the internet, also known as an e-tailer. Biggest e-shop brands shown in the picture for your reference, and Amazon is probably one of the best and biggest examples of an e-tailer as it has no brick and mortar storefronts. Internet and social media has become the backbone to these digital stores, and it is more profitable in the long run with the minimization of carbon usage, electricity, unnecessary packaging, and storage. So, moving to the next slide, uh, green promotion. A brand is an image in the consumer's mind for a particular product or service. So, strong, sustainable brands should have a brand image of the product or service having a positive impact on people and the environment. How should we encourage green promotion? In selection of promotion partners, they should have a good track record in green marketing or preserving the environment. In selection of promotional materials, environment friendly promotional materials should be encouraged for usage, such as recyclable bags rather than plastics, which is determined to the environment at large. And further, in selection of advertising message, it should be in a way to expand the dimensions of green marketing. As an example, Stonyfield brand positioning of healthy food, healthy people, healthy planet stems directly from the company's strategic vision. So method of advertising plays a major role in promotional campaigns. As an example, Nike recently made big splash with its marketing focused on creating a better world through sports. Their efforts includes the first 100% recycled television advertising reusing and remixing those films from their previous campaigns over the years to create a new spot to introduce their Better World campaign. So they wanted to highlight reusing and recycling. Utility company, the Denver Water Company, created an advertising campaign that visually highlighted their campaign message: use only what you need. So like that, messaging is very much important in advertising and promotional campaigning. We could identify various kind of theme campaigns on the platforms as digital marketing, social media, event marketing, and mobile marketing, which supports this Go Green concept. So next, I will hand over my slides to Uttara.
Okay, so now we'll move on to the people, the fifth component of the marketing mix. People refers to the staff and salespeople who work for the business. When employees provide excellent customer service, it creates a positive experience for the customers and market, and it ultimately increases the brand image. Under the green marketing, the employees are the people who are involved in establishment of green products and services. Thus, they should have a green mindset to implement their activities. For an example, IKEA company trained their employees with special techniques to help customers. The sales team plays a major role for the company, and they are trained to be straightforward with the customers with a passion for home furnishing. Moving on to the next slide, the process. The process refers to the methodology and the services which will be provided. The greenness of the entire system should be kept in mind to establish a comprehensive green marketing process. When a company is into green marketing, it is expected that it has less potential or pollution than its comparable products. Further, using recyclable products and contributing to save non-renewable resources. Thus, under the green marketing, Johnson & Johnson Recyclable Awareness Campaign offers an array of tips and tools and information to help customers to become better recyclers and including ideas on how to engage kids in the recycling process. So let's move on to the next slide, the physical evidence. So moving on to the next slide, physical evidence. So the physical evidence provides tangible signs of quality and experience that a company is offering. And it ensures the greenness for every part is the organization is implemented. So now I will hand over the slides to Varani.
Thank you, Uttara. Now we will look at the green marketing practices. We have identified 4 main green marketing practices. And the first one is truthfulness is the absolute baseline. That means, does your company really act sustainability? Will anyone understand this? Check where there is a room for improvement and first of all, validate that your resource consumption really does meet the requirements of sustainable production. And thereafter, it should meet the sustainable management as well. And the second one is practice what you preach. Sustainability cannot simply be a self-imposed term to let you jump quickly onto green marketing wagon. Rather, it must become an integral part of corporate philosophy, where you can see all employees live and they will advocate both inside and outside the company. For this, everyone, each and every one of us must communicate our sustainability strategy internally and ideally, and we need to develop it jointly within the company in order to achieve this preaching one. And the third one is open communication. As we all know that we need to communicate the company's value and fill them with content and illustrative examples from your product manufacturing. For example, your website sometimes consider a company website that might provide space to present your understanding of sustainable business without any unnecessary self-adulation. And the fourth one is skip the moral sermons. Sustainable corporate culture and value creation must not be the subject of moral superiority. And you need to know, you don't need to try to convert others or kick off the discussion, but you need to take a clear position here. And thereafter, what you need to do is you need to communicate it. And thereafter, you have to answer the questions with this philosophy in the mind. Moving on to the next slide. Shall we move on to the next slide, which is green marketing trends? Thank you. And before moving into the green marketing trends types, we need to know what is green marketing trends. This is a trendy topic now. Each and every consumers have now worries about the future of the world. And as a result, what they are doing is they mostly prefer environment-friendly products. In return to these attitudes of consumers, what the companies are doing is they are starting to follow the marketing strategy which appeal to increase the awareness of environmental friendliness. So we will now look into the green marketing trends. We have listed out here 4 types of green marketing trends. First, we have linked a connection in between the businesses and the green marketing. Under this, we can say that there are serious changes for awakening in the business world regarding the responsibility towards environment and the society. Strategies targeting not only making a profit for the day, but also for long-term profitability. And the second one is there is a relationship in between the customers and the green marketing. Nowadays, customers are considered to be the king of marketing. Consumers are increasingly better informed and they are becoming better aware of the environmental impact of consumer products. And what they are doing is they are just demanding that industry improves environmental performances of its products. Today, the consumers, as you all know, they are more enlightened than the consumers who were on the past. And especially when we consider the developed countries, they even seek for sustainable development for their children as well. And the third one we have identified is government, and it is having the relationship with the green marketing. Under this, we can say that the threat of tougher legislation which is being imposed by the government and the rising cost of complying with the environmental rules and regulations, and sometimes if the government suppose a company is not practicing the green marketing rules and regulation, then the country's government might impose some penalties as well. For the reason is the companies are not following or not they are not having compliance with the possible green marketing strategies. And the fourth one is investor and green marketing. Nowadays, investors are increasingly examining the environmental records of potential investment. And now they are showing some tendency towards information which are being provided to investors. Moving on to the next slide. Now we will move into the next slide, which is green marketing strategies.
maybe power issue or something, that you can continue.
Okay. Next one is green marketing strategies. Under that, we have 4 types of green marketing strategies. First one is lean green. So the lean green means companies that choose lean green strategy indicate that they are low at both sustainability of green market segments and differentiability of greenness. Lean greens are interested in reducing the cost and improving the efficiencies at the same time. And the next one is defensive green. Defensive green companies usually see green marketing thing as a precautionary measure, or they will see this as a response to a crisis, or sometimes they will also see this as a response to a competitor's action. And the third one is shaded green. Shaded green companies, what they will do is they will try to invest in long-term or system-wide or even environmentally friendly process that they will require both. There are 2 types of information. They will require both financial and non-financial information. So these companies, they will try to see the green marketing as an opportunity to develop the innovative needs. And the fourth one is extreme green. So extreme green companies, what they will do is they will use a holistic approach here in relation to environmentally green values shaping their philosophy. Environmental concerns are fully integrated in business and product lifecycle process. And moving on to the next slide. Now we have listed out the references which we have used during our presentation. And finally, let me conclude this. In conclusion, green marketing has contributed to the corporate social responsibility, which we all know. And although green marketing has become a tool for some firms to claim the ladder of success, they keep it as a name just to catch up the trends. So the real green corporation will continue to grow and continue to contribute to the society, which finally fulfills the ultimate goal. And thank you very much.
Dear Madam and all my colleagues, I would like to apologize from you all because of the...
it's okay. Don't worry.
Due to the power cuts and connection issues, Madam. We tried our best to make the presentation fruitful. Sorry for the inconvenience caused and time consumed.
Okay, first I would like to give a chance for the group number 8. Otherwise, they will fight with me sometimes. They want to tell something about your presentation.
Yes, Madam. I'm from Group 8.
Yes.
Commenting on their presentation, overall, they did a good presentation. They clearly elaborated on what is green marketing, its objectives, principles, and 7 P's of green marketing, taking well-known examples from real world. And also they had divided the topics into sub-points so that we could easily grab the subject matter easily. As Malaysia from Group 7 commented on Group 15, this group also faced a little sort of a problem where the second presenter could not deliver her speech, but Devindi's involvement was commendable there. And despite the technical issues they faced, they did a good presentation. And a little point of improvement we would like to highlight, as greenwashing is also go along with green marketing. It's better if they could have highlighted about greenwashing as well, because it's something that the companies in doing an unacceptable practice, but companies do engage in greenwashing as well. So that's a point of improvement. Overall, their presentation was really eye-catching and organized in a very good manner. That's it.
What's your name?
I'm Felicita Nanayakara.
What's the number?
It's 2021-069. Sorry, madam? Yes, yes, yes.
Maybe the full name is not there. Right.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Okay, madam. Thank you.
So what I want to tell you, for the presentation from group number 16, so really they highlighted very clear definition of green marketing. It is really from the marketer's point of view, right? So we want to discuss that from marketer's point of view, right? That is a good solutions relating to the different issues that we face in marketing, right? Couldn't remember where the key things you can find. Not that. Right. So this is there's a important things relating to definition of marketing, green marketing. Then you can see the two major objectives. Some groups have already highlighted. When we compare with the conventional marketing, green marketing have two major objectives, not only satisfy the customer, but also improving the environmental quality or going through the environmental sustainability. Or that is the way you want to discuss this one. Even in addition to that, in environmental quality and enhancing environmental aspects, you are considering under 5 or 6 objectives under the green marketing, after green marketing definition, right? So then you want to think about how different types of green consumers, right? Different types of green consumers, especially by looking at different angle, gray consumer versus green consumers, right? Gray consumers, they ignore the environmental and social causes and social responsibilities. They just try to satisfy their own needs, right? They not look at the societal or the environmental safety, right? So that is the way they are highly concerned about the materialistic things, ignoring the scarcity of resources. Discuss different problems relating to green products, right? So under the greenwashing and everything, right? Then they mention the green solutions for the green market in myopia, and your one. It is very important to think about the 7 P's, not only the 4 P's. You highlighted 7 P's. How can company develop and how company concern about the different pieces in green marketing. So nowadays, when we touch the sustainability marketing. When we look at sustainability marketing, 7 P's or 4 P's, especially, we want to convert it into the consumer's point of view. That is not only the product we want to look at from the consumer solution aspects. How can company provide solutions to the consumer, right? So likewise, we want to think about the cost structure, customer solutions, then the convenience to the consumers as the communicate, how can communicate the customers, giving the different products. Likewise, we want to discuss those things, especially considering that as different aspects. This is the different things you want to consider. So it's not. Are you here? I am using some handout, but you didn't see that one, no? Am I audible?
Yes,
Yes,
and
madam.
now we can see.
Earlier, now you can see. So the definitions here, I will send all these handouts put together relating to the as a pack to refer you all. Other than the presentations you heard from time to time from your group of students, right? So this is the greenwashing and different things relating to green marketing concept. In addition to that, I think it is very important for you to think about the where is it? So this is the thing, right? So that when we look at the imagine of green marketing or imagine of sustainability marketing, that we highly emphasize on today's marketing environment, sustainability marketing. It's initial stage is social responsibility marketing, as one group mentioned, societal marketing and social marketing. Those concepts are support to understand the social responsibility of the marketer, and also they are not only going through the financial responsibility. There are both social responsibility marketing, both financial responsibility and social responsibility aspects concerned about the social responsibility marketing. There are different social responsibility initiatives. You can understand, you heard about different things. Even in addition to that, you can refer my handout I will send to you, right? Then later on, before 1970s or maybe around the early 70s, we were talking about social responsibility marketing under the marketing subject. Then later on, 1980s were highly emphasized on green marketing. So green marketing basically try to provide some practices without damaging the ecological environment or the environment or the how to say provide their businesses without damaging environment or less damage with their environment. That is the concern of green marketing. The way they introducing green products, especially the products which is from the ecological safe way, recyclable, biodegradable packages with better pollution control aspects. So many things we can concern under the green marketing, right? Even your definition is very nicely and clearly mentioned what is green marketing. Different people explain and define differently green marketing, but altogether you can see green marketing basically we are concerned from the marketer's point of view, company point of view, how they practice businesses without damaging especially the environment. That some people mention it as environmental marketing, ecological marketing. Maybe sometimes different words, environmental friendly marketing, different words, different typologies used by different researchers, so the different scholars, right? So you can understand green marketing. But further, it is not only look at the financial responsibility and environmental responsibility, but today's marketers more towards to the sustainability marketing. Here, the sustainability marketing concern about not only the finance and social, finance and the environmental aspects, but three triple bottom line aspects, especially considering the economic, social, and environment. In other words, people, profit, and planet. So that is the sustainability marketing that today we are talking about. So therefore, if we ask the spirituality and the connection with how it leads to sustainability, what is the connection between sustainability and spirituality? Your different group members discuss these particular important key themes relating to that one. So likewise, you can understand the sustainability and the spirituality. So sustainability, that is not only think about the three triple bottom line, or that is we call how company can do their businesses considering the available resources, so the scarcity of resources and the concern about the future generation. Everything you can look at connection to the spirituality, especially company can do the sustainable or to move to the sustainable way of doing their business, looking at the external factors, especially external solutions, considering the infrastructure, technological, institutional and legal aspects. So that is not enough to conduct the sustainable business future. So therefore, it is very important to the way individual people or the individual marketer, individual consumers think in relating to the business solutions, right? So therefore, shareholders thinking is very important. How they think, how they feel about their business. What are their spirit? Whether they have human spirit, whether they going with the human minds in line with the spiritual aspect. So everything you can consider relating to the sustainability and spirituality, right? So based on that, you can convert this sustainability and spirituality from the marketing implication. There are three aspects you can consider relating to implication for marketing, especially the management viewpoint, like shareholders or the senior managers or the company peoples, how their mindset or the spiritual mindset connecting to their business operation, right? So that if they have that type of mindset, they really support to practice the environmental friendly business activities. They really support people to enhance their social well-being, considering the social causes, supported to avoid social causes, right? So then they at the same time, they always try to produce and promote green products and services, and they encourage their employees to become a spiritual people, and then the way they try to change their behavior, they change their mindset, and not only that, but also they motivate consumers to be being green. So there are a lot of implications you can look at relating to the company people, how company people have a spiritual mindset and how it can be implement in their company business. Then the second one, we can look at relating to the market, the consumer's minds. How when consumers mindset is spiritual, so then they always how they can experience spiritual happiness, not only going through the materialistic lifestyle. So they try to think about all these things, your discussions and different group discussions explained in different way, different concepts they concern under the mindful consumption. Maybe sometimes the environmental friendly consumption, in addition to that, sustainable consumption. So that is the way we can look at spiritual happiness, and then how consumers do not how they do and live in very pleasure moments. So how they think about the socially responsible consumption behavior. Then again, whether they are going with the to satisfy their need, or rather than going with the extended wants, right? So then that is very important aspects relating to consumer mind, how it align with the spirit. So it will support to change their mindsets to do mindful consumption, right? Not only that, but also the employees or the marketing managers. So they also, if they have a spiritual mindset, so they always be happy and try to provide some supports to work-life balance of the employees. They always try to promote green products and services. So that is the way we can understand different implications for marketing, especially different things you can learn relating to the spirituality and the sustainability. Then again, you can understand different tools, especially the concepts or the tools like what is the economic circular economic model that would connected with the closed loop production process, production life cycle, or that is also you mentioned as cradle to cradle. So that is important. Even the different target marketing and the market segmentation approach, especially go beyond the different conventional thinking and the conventional segmentation variable. So that we look at relating to especially relating to the low cost lifestyle of the sustainability aspect. So everything you want to consider when referring different articles. I am not specifically asked you to do this article and provide the answers or the information relating to that article this time, right? Different articles you refer, every article references I may accepted, but the thing is during your presentation, making your presentation slides, many students forget to put the citations other than the reference list, right? It is important because it's from different people's argument. Sometimes different people's may differently define it. So it will would be more supported to your group members or the other students who are not strictly engaged in that particular title, right? So anyhow, it is when considering this particular presenting group, it's very nicely explain the more and more international examples, right? So that is the use in different Sri Lankan examples, especially the need certification by we have already received many Sri Lankan hotel and tourism industry people received that one from 2004 to up to here. Maybe the Dambulla, what's the company? Anybody can remember? What is the hotel? Famous hotel in Dambulla?
Madam Kandalama.
Yes, Kandalama. LEED certification. I think continuously they received that one. Some Asian certifications, South Asian certifications, so many certifications they received that they are practicing environmental friendly business, right? Then the cosmetic, when we look at the cosmetic industry, that is also especially what's that located in Horana? Cosmetics company?
Nature Secrets.
Nature Secret. So Nature Secret is also a very good example. You can consider the sustainable marketing practices. So even the green marketing practices, it's a very nice example. Even some other companies relating to many clothing industry, clothing companies in that particular companies also practicing green aspect. So you can consider this need to provide so many Sri Lankan examples. Everybody can understand international examples. We can pick international example, but when you look at the Sri Lankan examples, there are a lot of companies, a lot of industries in Sri Lanka applying green concepts. But sometimes, most of the time, they received so many certifications, and even the tea industry. Maybe the green tea and some environmental friendly tea manufacturers, especially we have with the high quality environmental friendly tea. So that is also the good examples you can pick from Sri Lankan environment. There are a lot of examples. I think you can consider relating to that one. Anyhow, when we look at the overall presentations, I think it's not the boundary that I asked you to limit, but it is open to you. Last time or the previous, each and every year, there may be a 1 or 2 question relating to article presentation, because it's the emerging trend in marketing discipline. It's very important for you to understand rather than going with the conventional marketing theory again and again. Learning theory is important. Then you can understand how it can go beyond the conventional marketing, how it improve and change and transform marketing discipline from yesterday to today and tomorrow. So that is important, right? So that aspect, even this time there are 2 or 3 not the question, maybe the one question especially, considering 25 marks or 20 to 25 marks, we will ask some special areas. Please remember these key areas for that one, and each and every students need to go revisit all the key areas that you learn under the classroom activity, especially relating to the article presentation section, right? So this time I would like to ask you to refer especially the sustainability tools, so the concepts relating to cradle to cradle, cradle to grave, or it's the circular economic and open loop, or that concept. Then the mindful consumption, spirituality and sustainability, LOHAS, not the LOWOS, right? So then LOHAS and what is the other one? And green marketing, green washing, especially, not the green marketing myopia. Last time we asked green marketing myopia. I think most of the students who are not engaged in sometimes the classroom, the lectures, but they get good marks for article presentation related questions. So this time also I expect that one, but it is very open for you. I don't limit you to look at this article and that article. Then as MBA student, I think you know the responsibility and you can get more open mind thinking. But the basic and major weaknesses of all group presenters were you are highly connected with the people who are telling something in their article. You are not do critical evaluation part. That would be the important things to count in your reading and references, right? It is important. So different people mention. So if you want to understand green marketing, so you want to understand why green marketing, when it emerged. So before that, what has happened? So after green marketing is still a good concept. Go green, everybody tell that is a buzzword. But beyond that, as a learner, you want to think about how can I look at it in the critical thinking process, right? Likewise, then why green marketing and whether the green marketing and sustainability marketing are equal, or is a social responsibility marketing and green marketing are equal. So what is the difference between these concepts? Even you want to think about why we are more talking about the sustainability marketing, because it's go beyond the green marketing and connecting with some other interdisciplinary activities, or the sustainable development aspects to cover marketing subject as the new emerging trend or the emerging subject area, especially in marketing management. So these things you want to think, right? So that is my idea that I want to tell you. Anyhow, that is, I think, I don't know how you feel about it. Anybody wants to tell what you feel just after doing and referring the articles and collecting these things, rather than getting all the information from the lecturer? So what you feel about this activity or the assessment? Anybody can?
Actually, madam, this activity was fantabulous because we read a lot of articles, as well as we got to know what are the practical applications of these different marketing concepts. Actually, if I'm talking, so before engaging with these lectures, marketing was a hating subject to me. But after learning from you, including these articles, the marketing became as an interesting subject to me. So that credit goes to you, madam, as well as we believe we can do a good work in the examination because we have gone through these articles perfectly. So with your advisors, in order to improve our weaknesses, I believe my colleagues and other group members will do a wonderful job in the examination. So thank you so much for giving this opportunity, madam. Because this is the first time experience that we got something in this field, in this MBA. So again, thank you so much for that, madam.
Okay, Karinda, thank you very much. Anybody else? Any difficulties or any further improvements anybody can suggest? Actually, last different all the previous times I myself gave the articles. This time I just give the but the fundamental or the foundation to read the some article and then ask you to open up and refer any article. So is it okay? All the way you can suggest to improve myself to for the next batch. Any student? Okay, thank you very much. Huh? Okay, then I will send all the, yes, all the recordings I will upload because with the current electricity issue, it takes so time to upload. I will upload every presentations, not only your one, but also weekday things as well. All the presentations you can hear, and also all the necessary handouts relating to each and every area that we discuss under the classroom activity, I will forward to you. Okay? Sure, I will forward. It's okay. Then now we can move to the real time lecture series. We want to continue. Last time we discussed actually about what? We finished marketing planning. Then Lalit sir completed target marketing strategy. Am I correct?
Yes.
Lalit sir? Yes.
Yes.
Right? So, is it okay to continue? Students who are leaving 77 moving to 66, why? Maybe.
I think, madam, due to power cuts, most of the students are facing.
Or maybe going to the protest?
No.
So we want to go. Okay, right. Anyway, we will continue until at least 1 hour time period. Okay, right? So I think is Lalit sir complete කරාද ඒ කොටස?
නෑ madam, sir ට චුට්ටයි වෙලාව තිබුණේ. So sir said next time he will complete the session.
He said that. Maybe yes. Next time we will share with that one. Okay. What to do? ඒ වුණොත් මෙතන පටන් ගත්තට කමක් නැද්ද? කමක් නෑ නේද? ඔයාලට assignment එක කරන්න ඕනේනේ. Right. Anyway. Right. So I think everybody can remember marketing management process. So starting with the analyzing market opportunity, same thing I every time highlighted you to remember what we completed and today what we are going to discuss, right? So for analyzing opportunities, you learn consumer behavior, marketing environment, marketing information system, marketing competitor analysis, everything. Then formulating marketing strategy, started with selecting target market, especially connected with the market segmentation, market targeting, and market positioning. You can understand more about the market positioning and the different strategies, dimensions relating to market position next lecture. So therefore today, anyhow, we are trying to discuss new product development strategies and the product life cycle strategies, especially once the company identify their target market, their next important task is to develop a new product or the new services to satisfy that particular target need or want, right? So therefore, you can understand now we are here, then you can understand there are three concerns relating to formulating marketing strategy. So first one, it is discussing ongoing ongoing way. Then the second one is new product development process, right? By looking at new product development process, it is very interesting thing. Even your presentation sections, now you can combine with the new product development activities to understand the market gap, especially relating to social causes or maybe sometimes environmental issues. So then by looking at different gap analysis, then you can understand how can company develop a new product, then how can company develop collect the new product idea. So how can why these new ideas are very important for to carry out the new product. So why how can company satisfy consumers than the previous products or the existing products? Then how can they introduce innovative product to satisfy consumers changing needs and everything. So to look at this one, this is interesting area, especially this is talking under the innovation, especially by technology people. But in marketing field, we look at this under the right, under the new product development, right? Same thing, same area we discuss from the marketer's point of view, right? Then you can look at the area that we are going to cover under the new product development, right? So especially you want to understand what is new product, how to define new product, then why do we need to look at new product development is as so challenging process, why it is so difficult task to develop a new product. Even so many new products, why do so many new products fail before launching sometimes during the new product development process, maybe just after few days or few weeks of launch, right? So likewise, we can understand the failures of new product. Then again, it is very important for you to understand to overcome these failures, what can company do? What are the key success factors should consider when developing new product to the target market? So it is also very important to look at from the marketing point of view. Simply, you can understand the different ways to develop new products from different companies, different practitioners. So anyhow, from the theoretical perspective, there is a specific steps or the guidelines that the company can apply to develop new product. So that is we will going to be talked under the 8th stage of new product development process, right? So therefore, I think this is actually I prefer to connect with you as the discussion section, right? So my first question to explain or define what is new product, right? So the term new product has different meanings. Do you agree? Or what do you think about new product? What is your idea about new product? Product, everybody now can define. Product means it's anything that can be satisfy consumer needs and wants, right? Anything that company bring to the market. It's not only the physical product and services. an existing product. Existing product that the product company bring to the market at the moment, but it is not only always satisfy and provide real benefits to the consumer. So time to time, company need to develop new product. Many technological people mention it as an innovation. How can company define new product? So what is the definition of new product? So just you can look at. So new product, it may be an original product. What do you mean by original product? It is new to the world product. We didn't see earlier, right? It's marketers also play a big role when developing new product, because it's developing new product by identifying, then evaluating ideas and work with the research and development department and also other people in an organization is very, very important, right? So at that perspective, you want to understand what is new product. So new product, especially, it is new to the world. So new to the world, it's a truly innovative product. It's totally new. Maybe sometimes its consumption pattern is also new. Maybe some special products. So before internet came to the market, so that was the innovative products, innovative service, right? So you can understand that during the products in the market, so company can improve, company can modify, even company can change brand, maybe change cost reduction and everything. We can look at as the new product from marketing perspective, not the financial or not the technological perspective. We define new product. Marketing perspective, any changes or any newness that we look at from the existing product or original product, that means the truly innovative products to the market is called new product, right? So you can see here, right? When we look at the different people's idea, especially, and simply you can see it may be original product, it may be improved one, it may be modification. If it is the vehicle, so then company do different modifications, maybe the single door, double door, maybe the baby lock, auto lock. Likewise, they can modify, they can improve product. If it is food item, so then we can improve the taste, right? Likewise, different brand extension, product extension, or maybe the line extension, new brands, everything we look at as new product, right? So this is the Boom and Allen explain how we look at the new product from considering the level of technology newness versus level of newness to the market, right? So if the level they consider the low versus high level of technology newness. Technology newness is low, as well as the market newness is low. That is simply the cost reduction or the repositioning strategy. So just change the product or repositioning message. That is we look at as the new product. It is also new product, but it is the very lower stage. But then we look at the middle level of the technology newness as well as the market newness. Especially we can look at the product improvement and modifications connecting with the line extension, revisions and some other improvements relating to existing product, right? So if a company technology use new technology, like you remember the innovation and the diversification strategies we look at relating to the strategic planning gap. So that is actually we look at from the new technology with the new product to the market. So it's totally new product to the new target market. So likewise, if the technology newness is very high, It's a truly new technology. On the other hand, a market is also truly new. It's a very high level of newness to the market. So that is we look at as the new product to the market, especially new to the world market. It's actually new to the world market. That means truly innovative, true innovation, or the radical innovation. Maybe the different words we use, right? So you can see here, it's from the lowest to the high level, from cost reduction, improvements, additions to the existing, adding to the existing products, new product lines, and finally, we can look at the product innovation relating to new to the world product, right? So this is the simple thing. If I ask you what is new product, any changes or new to the world products with any changes with the existing products are called new product, right? So my second question, before that, as my previous idea, so we look at new product development from the marketing perspective, but there are different typologies used to express new product development under the innovations. You can see here different innovations, discontinuous. So that is the way we are talking about new to the world product, or maybe the truly innovations, true innovation, original product to the market. It is also called breakthrough innovation versus continuous innovation. Simply incremental innovation, continuous innovation, sustaining innovation. These three sections or these three typologies used to explain the improvements, modifications, line extension, in other words, the brand extension of everything, considering the existing product. But when we look at the new to the world products under the true innovation, so that is we call discontinuous, radical, and disruptive innovation. So for this one, I put for you to understand, to minimize the the usage of the different terms to discuss the marketing typologies relating to new product development. Anyway, right? So it's as my previous example, new product development is not an easy task. It is very challenging, very difficult task. So why we call it as a very challenging process? Why it is challenge? Just think about your idea and tell me why it is. So considering the radical innovation as example, right? So if company going to introduce radical innovation, then within the short run, many people face big trouble. Why they look at it as a trouble? So it's take what challenge face?
Madam, it may require a huge cost to...
Very good. It's a very cost. It's not a, there's no gain in, only the cost we want to expend. So that is a high expenditure. When we develop in new products, we want to spend a lot of money, right? So then it's a greatest cost we want to expend. Then again, what is the other one? Very good. Then again, so connecting with that, if we spend a lot of money to develop new product, but sometimes if it is fail, what will happen? We will lose our market, we will lose our money. So therefore, it's very risky one. It's a high change in technology. So using change in technology means we want to face the challenge face with the risk. So we want to take risk. That is the two important challenge you must remember. One is cost, the other one is risk. Because if our company more concerned about the just simple improvements or changes relating to the existing product, so we can bear that cost, and also it's a less risk one, very less risky situation. But if we want to introduce totally original product to the market, so it's a take high risk. Right, so that's important. You can look at the radical innovation. Most companies, as I explained earlier, right? Think about the short term. Maybe it's a very risky, but if these new products succeed when the creator competitive advantage, so that will that advantage support to get the more financial rewards than considering to improving and modifying existing product. So therefore, it's take high risk, right, and also high cost. That is the two things you must remember. There are a lot of things. How can company add new product to their product portfolio? Or what are the various ways that company can add new product? How can they add? There are two ways. One thing, they can develop their product, establishing their own research and development department. Can you remember the R&D department? Most of the large companies establish R&D department. Other than that, today many companies try to outsource in all these things. They try to acquire companies, sometimes acquire brands. So everything you can consider relating to how can company add to new product to their product portfolio. So they can use two strategies to obtain new product. First one, establish in-house research and development department, and then continuously they can develop new product. But the other way, they can acquire whole company. If a company look at there is a new product developing by another company, so then they face some problems to operate or distribute and manufacture that product, then that type of company they can acquire. At the same time, they can acquire license, patents, even they can get the franchise conditions to develop and obtain new product, right? So these are the simple things you must remember relating to that one. Why companies need to develop new product? Why do they need to develop?
Madam, the environment is changing rapidly. Therefore, the needs and wants of the consumers are changing day by day. Therefore, we cannot survive with existing products. So we have to develop new products in order to survive.
Very good. That is a very important things to face the change in marketing environment, right? Then
competitive advantage?
Yes, that is important. Very good. That is the main and the key things. All the companies from the business perspective or the profit-making organization, major objective is to gain competitive advantage, right? To gain competitive advantage or to face the competition, they need to develop new product. Otherwise, if they are totally concerned about the existing product, they will face trouble time to time. They want to develop new product according to become a market leader. And also one person mentioned to survive the market. Yes, that is also true. So look at these other some purposes other than the purposes you mentioned: to create competitive advantage, to get long-term growth and profit. So to survive, to get the growth, to earn more profit, more market share, they want to develop new product, even to fulfill the strategic plan in gap. That is the main purpose. I think everybody now can remember what is strategic plan in gap. They can introduce various new product under the diversification strategy, maybe the connecting with the product development strategy under the intensive strategy. So anyhow, to fulfill strategic plan in gap, it is very important to develop new product, right? So no one company can totally concern about the existing product or the existing product portfolio, because by the time they want to match their product portfolio developing new products, so they want to conduct balance portfolio considering new product development as well as considering the existing product portfolio, right? So that is important. Also, everybody understand and everybody mentioned that response to change the customer wants, response to change the environmental change in environment, response to environmental trends, like you mentioned different environmental trends in previous discussions, right? Can you remember even Technology, it is also open to change every time. Use of new technology is very important. When we use the older technology, it would be vulnerable our business. It would not support to keep the customers or to provide the customer to superior value. Therefore, company want to introduce new product, considering applying the new technology. So purpose of introducing new product is to use of new technology. Sometimes to get more loyal customers, to keep customers so longer, it is very important to develop and understand the change in customer needs and provide the different solutions, improvement, modifications to keep them so a long time period, right? So these are the different purposes, especially the different key purposes. Other than that, there may be so many purposes you can put here why company need to develop new product, right? In addition, that is the third question. Anyhow, when we compare with the existing product, new product development is so risky and the challenging task. Many companies develop new product, but most of the companies face big trouble when they are launching that new product. So consumer may not accept or will not be accept. So that will leads to the higher failure rate. So there are a lot of reasons behind the failure of new products. So what do you think as the major reasons for higher failure rate? Can you tell me the different failure rate? Any reasons can be happen to fail because of if you use all the technology, maybe that would be. Even when we look at it from the marketing perspective, if they do the wrong marketing research findings, they collect wrong marketing research findings, that will not support to develop a real product that the consumer expect or consumer expect from the company. So therefore it is important. So there are a lot of failure reasons. So you can look at and you can tell some failure product in Sri Lankan market. Right, start. Other than the Kavinda, everybody, I invited everybody to talk. Everybody's English is very nicely. Your presentations is very kindly, very nicely going through. And then I really happy about your level. Then your arguments and some little things you want to change, transform your thinking into the critical thinking perspective. Other than that, everything is good at the moment, right? Lack of information, no proper identified customer need, very good. So then lack of, right. Then so many reasons.
Madam, I can remember there was a jam which was produced by the Bata or the DSI company. So they were trying to market it with the shoes. Therefore, that product became a failure one.
Yes. But the brand, you can remember the Clement jars?
Yeah, madam.
That is also jam. So the Sri Lankan people, few people can vocalize or speak that product, but it's a failure because of the brand name issue, right? So reasons, lot of reasons behind that one. Even these days, I saw some jam introduced by, I don't know, MDK or whoever the people, then the spicy jam. What do you feel about that? I don't know whether jam, it's just all the times we feel it as the sweet things, right? So I don't know whether it will grab the market. I don't know. We can check. I think it will be very short-term period. It will be disappeared. That's my personal idea. Many products fail.
Walls ice cream failure?
Can you, pardon?
Walls ice cream?
Yes,
failure?
walls ice cream. That's a undergraduate level answers. Don't think about that one, right? So now it's come under the Cargill's ice cream, right? Many products within the recent past, you can remember. Siddhalepa introduced Siddhalepa lozenge. It was failed. Why it was failed? Because of the lozenge. It's again we thought it's a sweet, so then maybe toffee sweets and everything, right? But Siddha Alepa, that's a pain relief balm. If it's come through the lozenges, or that the name was damaged. Even some people introduced the vegetable yogurt, but just after having lunch or dinner, so we don't like to get the vegetable yogurt, right? So that they wrong way they position it. If the vegetable yogurt, they want to reposition it as the maybe the podi badaginnata, likewise considering the different things. So it was fail. Even very common examples like walls ice cream. Sorry for telling that, but like that one. Even very beginning, coconut milk powder. I think what's a company introduced coconut milk powder? Maggie coconut milk powder. It was failed. Later on, they relaunched it in the international market, especially considering the Arabian countries. So later on today, it's very popular in Sri Lanka. Many people, even it's a high demand from young generation. Even many people today apply coconut milk powder, right? So then that is also Maggie particular polkiri. So those days, our parents and we still don't like to apply that one, use that one for cooking purposes, because we want to get the original coconut milk, right? Better target market, especially in Sri Lanka. People who are going abroad, everybody pick that product from that one. So there are a lot of failure products you can remember. Even I think apple soda, ice cream soda, so many things came to the market time to time. But can you see these products today? It's very even Tata Nano car. Yes, that is also free. Even electric car, Nissan electric. So it's a stagnant market because of the answers given by one group. No proper but the recharging centers. Likewise, different reasons impact, right? Sri Lankan examples you can find so many things. Another Manchi Daya biscuit, urban biscuit. Can you remember those food items? So many food items fails during sometimes during the introduction period. Maybe sometimes the just after launch. The short time to complete it. These are the failure reasons. Many products have been pushed despite poor market research findings. One person mentioned it in the chat box. Idea is good. Sometimes the product idea is good, but the market size is overestimated. But they think they look at the large target market, but the idea, especially only for the niche market, or sometimes it's not necessary for entire market. Any marketing difficulty, so any poor piece and market segmentation strategy, poor marketing strategy design will lead to higher failure of new product, right? So you can see the examples like product design problem. Sometimes company get the idea very well, but when they are designing new product, they face problem. Then the design and the real or the actual product is not the similar. So that is the one way we can look at why that product failed. Even product is incorrectly positioned, sometimes overpriced. Like your green products, so many green products fail because they charge more prices. So they are not considering who are the target customers. They are not considering the affordable prices put to the that particular product. So not advertise effectively, not only advertise, but also distribution. Ineffective distribution would lead to fail the new product. Even like our previous example, every challenge, so cost is so higher than the expected. That is also important. In addition to that, competition actions and the reactions also you can look at relating to the higher failure rate. In addition, further, you can look at some hindering ideas. So the hindering factors also connecting with the higher new product failure. So look at that one. Sometimes many shortage of important new ideas net. We want to develop new product, but we know the importance of that type of product, but we don't have enough the important idea in certain areas. If we take the COVID-19 situation, but just we can look at the different solutions to the COVID issue. So then some companies, most of the companies introduce vaccines. Other than that, some companies very later stage introduce some tablets and some other thing. But still, it is still as many not a proper product that they can develop to introduce to avoid that particular issue in the market. So therefore, sometimes, especially when we look at detergent as an example, right? So detergent, so we want to, we know when using detergent with the high chemical, so it will damage to people health, as well as it will help damage the underworld spices and all these people, but the maybe the fish and all these things. So then, but still there is no way to develop a environmental friendly detergent. So no ideas, no proper way they can develop and produce new products, especially considering the environmental aspects and all these things. Even sometimes companies introduce new product for specifically the very small market, then it is very difficult to get the sufficient profit. So therefore, fragmented market sometimes become a smaller and smaller market, which can lead to the lower sales and profit for each product, also cause behind the higher failure rate. Even socio-economic government constraints, especially tax problems and then different social causes, economic issues like Sri Lankan context. So then it is not supposed to produce new products. So that those are due to different causes, we can see the higher new product failure rate. Even cost of development, capital shortage, then again maybe sometimes shorter product development time. So you can know the planned obsolescence. So then that is also reasons behind the higher failure rate. Even poor launching time. Sometimes it's not the real time to introduce new product. So that will also cause for new product failure, right? Then the company top management support is not necessarily given to develop a new product, and their ideas and their commitment is very less. So those reasons also we can look at as the hindering factors for higher failure rate of the new product, right? Anyhow, to overcome these things, and company need to think about how can they produce successful new products. So what are the reasons, or what are the key success factors in new product development? Especially you can look at this from the marketing theoretical perspective. What are the theoretical perspective? You can look at this from we want to introduce Right, very good. Yes, Kavind, I agree. Right? So new product success. So that's also products, right? So then why we are looking at that, right? New product success depend on having unique superior product. So then we need to understand consumer exact what the consumer look at from the company, what the solutions they want. So unique solutions we want to introduce than the competitors. So therefore, it should have sometimes quality level. We want to think about the features, maybe the value when it use, all the benefits we want to consider. But it should be superior, not the similar product from equal to the competitor's product. Then again, you may need to understand how can company well built a new product concept. So who is the target market? What the solution that target market expect? So what is the requirement of this solution? So everything we want to consider under the well-defined product concept. So benefits, especially we want to think about before proceeding or before developing new product or designing new product. So benefits, it's not clear. So consumer may not buy product. Consumer always buy solutions. Consumer always think about the value or the benefit. So therefore, company want to consider how can they build up better and well-defined product concepts, especially considering the new product development process. Not only marketing strategies we want to consider, but also changing market opportunities and changing changing technology, especially the new technologies we want to consider. So therefore, marketers not only consider the marketing viewpoint, but also they part time they want to connect with the technology. Otherwise, it's not really support to improve the new product success. Considering the technological issues, we want to connect it with the e-marketing, e-learning, digital marketing, and everything today we practice. So therefore, we want to get synergy combining the marketing plus technology. Not only that, but also other than the inside strength and weaknesses, we want to consider the market attractiveness, whether we can capture enough target customers to our company product. Right? Then we want to think about how can company people put together, do teamwork to develop a greater product. So for cross-functional teamwork is very, very important to improve product. Their ideas, their discussions and everything very important to develop a new product concept, and also to collect new product idea. Through brainstorming, you can collect more ideas. Through that, you can do teamwork. With the teamwork, you can get the maximum benefit. Through your group discussions, I have seen it is very important because everybody participate, everybody contribute. That is the team effort. So that's why we are not asking you to do individual assignments. So teamwork can get the maximum spirit to develop and improve new product success as well, right? Not only that, finally, always we want to company top management need to give a greater support to the improving new product success. That is the key factors, right? Then you can understand the different steps involved in the new product development process, right? Just I will tell you the different stages. Next time we will continue that one, right? So I speed up to explain simple things, but I want to tell and I want to pay more attention for the new product development process. Especially different companies use different approaches, but theoretical viewpoint highly emphasize on the 8th stage of new product development process, right? Connecting this one, first stage is to collect ideas, that is idea generation. Not all ideas are feasible and better to develop a new product. So therefore, we want to screen out each and every each idea. Then second stage, we want to do screening, considering the company objectives, strength, resources, whether the idea can be worked out. So therefore, the second stage is the idea screening. If we consider single idea or 2-3 ideas pass to the next stage, then the third stage is to develop a concept, and we want to build up product concept considering the benefits, what benefits we are going to introduce, to whom we are produce this product, and what when they can consume that particular product. Just after that, we want to get the inputs from the customers. That means we want to get the core value creation process, connect with the consumers to test whether the concept is good or bad. For then concept is okay, we can pass it to develop an initial marketing strategy considering the target market and the 4 P's or 7 P's. By the time company want to do business analysis, what would be the total cost, total revenue that we expect, so everything we want to budget, considering the different cost structures relating to the new concept or the new product that we are going to develop. Just we are satisfied with the business analysis section, we can pass this to the product development stage. Here is the real product development process. Now the company can develop new product, maybe the sample product. But this just after producing product, we are not commercialized. We not send it to the market. But we want to do between these two. We want to do the test marketing, whether the product is really accepted by the consumers. If it is not accepted and give some difficulties and some changes, suggestions to change the product, we want to rethink about that one and to again pass it to maybe the concept development, or sometimes we want to think about the redesign the marketing strategies before send it to the commercialization. So finally, if all the stages are okay and all the stages are accepted, then we can pass this product to the commercialization, right? So that is the 8 stages company can apply to develop new product, right? So one by one you can refer related to the each section. Next time we will discuss in detail each stage relating to the new product development process, right? So this is actually look like a funnel. Funnel means punilak wage. So we can collect more ideas, but we can screen out ideas, and then the bad ideas we can drop, good ideas we can keep. Likewise, then we can simply reduce the different ideas into a workable ideas until we move into the product development stage. So therefore, that is we call as funnel. We will discuss so many things relating to new product process. So now you can understand how can you develop new product idea. So before come to the next class, please bring some key idea that you are going to start and write and develop your marketing plan, marketing strategies, right? So the idea is very important. Different group members want to present what is your idea. Then the whole class and myself can give some suggestions to improve your idea for the final assignment. Okay, thank you very much. Any question? We will discuss later. If you have a question, please refer this handout. I have already uploaded this handout to LMS. Before come to the class, please refer this, and then we will discuss in detail, because it is very important for your final assignment, right? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, madam.